All right, let's start it up. Hey, everybody. Thank you guys for joining. Hopefully, you can hear me all right. I know our music isn't playing for whatever reason, but we'll figure that one out for next time, unless it magically starts to play here soon. But for now, we'll just jump right on in. Again, thank you guys for joining. This is Andrelczyk Amusement Academy, episode 2, and today we're going to look at a whole lot of hypercoasters. We're going to build all of the hypercoasters, and maybe do some other stuff too. I had a request at the end of last week for some terrain coasters, and then I'll also take any of your requests or things you want to see, things you want to know about, whether real life coasters or RCT coasters or some of each. Feel free to let me know. A couple housekeeping things while before we get into it. Um, the streams are going up on YouTube just kind of in their raw form right now. I do still want to cut them down to like a 30-minute episode or something, like highlights. I just haven't done it before. So um there's it's just gonna take me some time because I am slow and not very good at that kind of thing. So it will happen eventually. I just don't know when. So until then, you can get the raw 3 hour or whatever it is episode up there also. And thanks to you guys last week, I reached the Twitch affiliate status, which is cool. So I have enough viewers for that, which means that now you can subscribe to the page if you want to do that. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can do it for free, and it still helps support the channel. So that's cool stuff. Didn't really expect to get there, at least this quickly. So thank you guys for watching last week, and hopefully this week we can make some cool coasters. And I'm thinking about further stream type content. So I thought about doing some other kind of like let's play series, maybe even building a park, although that usually goes kind of slowly for me. So I thought about maybe taking some of the old RCT1 scenarios, porting them into RCT2, and building them realistically. Instead of kind of the usual scenario play. So that could be an option. Just kind of weighing some thoughts there for the moment. But why don't we jump on in and take a look at what we're going to do today? So we have a nice series of hypercoasters here. We are using a fair number of custom trains as well as the in-game base trains. So let's take a look at all there is to see here. So if we go from right to left here, we have the Togo hypercoaster, which was the forerunner of the hypercoasters just in general. We have Arrow, have Morgan here, which same trains in RCD, a little bit different trains in real life, but for our purposes here, same thing, just different kind of style layout. We have Giovanola, we have B&M, and I'm doing two B&Ms. I'm doing the traditional variety, which is sort of the earlier B&Ms, and then I have the modern, which unfortunately don't have staggered trains. No one's actually made those trains in the game yet, so we're going to use the old school JA Giga Looping trains, which I have not used in a while. This was kind of the only custom train that could do all the elements that we had for years and years and years. So this was used everywhere, but now there's so many better varieties. Oh, and I didn't mention the Togo one here. I'm using Space Case El Loco cars. So all of these can be downloaded from parks on New Element. So most of these are either X7 or Space K. JA's Giga Looping one, obviously JA227. But then we'll also go into Intamin. So we'll do Intamin Traditional, and then we'll also do Intamin Modern. Modern, I kind of consider like Skyrush, for example, all the way up through Hyperion and some things like that. Then we're going to look at Vekoma, which, if you know your coasters, you may well say Vekoma has never made a hypercoaster, and that is true, but they came close. They nearly sold one to Energylandia, but they have since hang tight. Uh, Hang tight for a second. Bring that back. Ooh, okay. Ooh, I think we're back. Slow going, but I think we're gonna get there. The frames per second. You guys let me know if you can hear me again. We lost the internet there for a minute, so if it does that again, just feel free to hang out and let me know. Okay, so we should have it back. Let me know in the chat when you get it back, and then we'll keep on rolling again. All right, cool. There we go. Thank you guys for hanging tight there. For some reason, my internet loves to drop out for like 10 seconds at a time, and it is exceedingly frustrating. But you know, so it goes. We're working on some adjustments there, so hopefully we'll get some better internet soon. But good that you guys can see it again. So anyway, we picked up where we left off here with Vekoma. So like I said, Vekoma has not built a hypercoaster yet, but they nearly sold one to Energylandia before Energylandia went back out for some additional bids, got Intamin, and built Hyperion instead. So we'll take a look at that one in on YouTube, and then we'll try and build something maybe a little bit similar. Then we've got Mack. So Mack Rides has built a couple of hypercoasters, and then finally we have Karnan, which or Gerstlauer, which Karnan is their only variety, and this is one that got suggested to me this morning, so I figured we'd toss that one in here right at the end. Not necessarily a full fully matching the style of a hypercoaster, I suppose, but that probably is a good segue into what is a hypercoaster. So if you listen to the enthusiast who will tell you that actually a hypercoaster is 200 feet or more, less than 300 feet, kind of, sort of true. So hypercoaster as a term is something that Cedar Fair made up when Magnum XL200 got built. So it's a marketing term, and that's pretty much it. Coaster manufacturers have used it to name their different coasters. So B&M names theirs hypercoasters, alternatively mega coasters. Intamin has had mega coaster / hypercoaster. So has Arrow. So has other ones. So it's the general characteristics of it usually is that it's around 200 feet. It can be less, but it's around 200 feet, up to 300 feet. It has a lot of hills, is mostly airtime focused, and it generally doesn't have inversions. But that is not the case for some of these. So the Mack Rides variety and the Gerstlauer variety both do have inversions, as can the Intamin modern ones and the Vekoma ones had shown also having inversions. So why don't we get started? So before we look at that, I did this one in the last stream, so I kept it around just to take a look at this. This is sort of more of a traditional B&M, and we'll get into that one in a minute. But let's jump over to our trusty poster database. Wrong screen there. And let's take a look at the original inspiration for the hypercoaster. So this is Bandit at Yomiuri Land outside of Tokyo, Japan. This is the original hypercoaster, and while the lift hill isn't over 100 or 200 feet, the entire elevation change is 255 feet thanks to a really big valley that this thing dives into. So it's got some interesting elements here. So it has no inversions. It's got a number of kind of helix turns, some high banked corners, and a couple of dives down into a pretty substantial ravine. So Dick Kinzel, who had run Cedar Fair at the time, saw this in 1988 and decided that they were going to build something similar because he thought this was the way of the future for rides. And this led directly to the inspiration for Magnum XL200, which is kind of generally credited as sort of the original hypercoaster. So this one, which I think everybody knows very well, is 200 feet and 205 actually, has a nearly 200-foot drop, and is kind of credited as sort of the father of all hypercoasters, even though really Bandit is the one that should get that credit. So why don't we start out with the Arrow, because we're going to jump back to Togo a little bit later. So we'll use the Arrow / Morgan hypercoaster just because there's really not a huge difference in the game anyway. Still using the same kind of track. So the Arrow hypercoaster, the real thing is originally was basically just a big mine train. It actually didn't have upstop wheels. It had upstop rails like their mine trains did. So it was pretty brutal on the ride hardware when it first opened based on the airtime that it had. So that was quickly changed. We're going to use 6 cars. So 6 cars is sort of the standard one here. So it's pretty substantially large coaster in that it can take 30 riders per train. So we'll drop out of the station just a little bit, and then we'll engage the lift hill. We can kind of jump back and forth with RCDB here in case there's some questions, but there were 4 Arrow hypercoasters in general, or that were built. So there was Magnum, there was Pepsi Max, big one, which is at Blackpool Pleasure Beach in England. There was Desperado at Buffalo Bills Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. And there was Titan, which is now Titan Max, which is now gone, at Space World in Japan, which closed. So they all had kind of similar varieties. It was all a couple of hills and a number of kind of turning elements. The Magnum XL200 was really the one that had the straight, the most just kind of straight airtime hills. So that was the main design that I think you want to look at as far as hypercoasters go. But some of the other ones had some interesting features too. They're definitely quirky. They're definitely early Arrows. So you can get away with a lot of stuff that would look a little awkward and would feel a little bit awkward on other rides as well. So let's start here. So one of the key things to remember when you're building an RCT is don't pay any attention to the height markers in the game. If you're trying to build over 200 feet in the game, it's going to look stupid and it's just not going to work right, and you're not going to be happy with it. So build to what feels right, what feels big. To me, this feels big. This feels about right. So we're going to go here. This is 31 is the unit height on top, and then we're at 2 down here. So just don't build to the other ones. And I think you'll be happier that you did it that way. So we are going to use the large slope pieces here, and I just realized that I still have my chain lift engaged. All right, so we're going to turn that off, and there we go. Okay, so we are going to use these steep to shallow elements here. And Arrow coasters are going to have kind of decreasing hills as you go along, which you'll see with a lot of coasters. But you're not going to have like a small little hill before you have a giant hill again. So you're not going to do like a little speed bump airtime hill and then suddenly end up with something that goes a little bit differently. So let's see here. So we're at 24 here. We don't want it to crawl over this, but we don't want it to super fly. So we're going to stretch this top of this hill a little bit. This is kind of how I recommend building hills, is go from steep to shallow, add another shallow piece, go flat, put a flat piece on top, and then go back down. So you can, if you want to make it a little more pointy, you can kind of do it like this. I think that's totally fine too. We're going to stretch it out just a little bit and do that. But actually, what we're going to do instead is we're going to do a sort of a Magnum-esque thing going on here. So we're going to actually turn the corner. And I am going to stretch the diagonal a little bit. You don't need to stretch diagonals as much as you would a regular one or a regular corner, just because there's it is already elongated to begin with, so you really don't need to go any larger. We're gonna go up and we're just gonna do a straight traditional airtime hill here. I think we're at E3. So actually, why don't we go ahead and turn this one more time? So Magnum turns you 90 degrees and then sets it up that way. So let's see here, 22, and actually is going to work really well because you generally want each hill to be a little lower than the last, at least when you go in this direction. So we're going to do something similar here. So let's jump back to the coaster database real quick and take a look at what we're doing here. So you can see that you have a number of hills here to this what Cedar Fair calls a butterfly turnaround with these sort of two helixes. This is a better shot here, so you can kind of see how this one goes. It's got a drop. It's got this big second hill, and then it does curve down. So we split that curve into two different elements here. It has a pretty substantial tunnel here, another kind of long floating airtime hill, and then a turnaround, and then we're going to do a bunch of just little airtime hills on the way back. So let's scroll through some more of these shots here so you can kind of see what we're getting after. Alright, so Magnum does not actually have a true mid-course brake run as many of the other ones that we look at are going to have. It does have some pretty substantial trim brakes just to make the turnaround a little less brutal, but this one does not necessarily have the rest of that. So we're actually going to make this a bit of a speed hill here, and we're going to use the larger radius ones here. Then we'll make a space that we can use for a tunnel if we wanted to, and then we can kind of get to where we're going. So what we can do also is, no, I guess we can't. Sometimes you can't run a ghost track along here. But we are going to go ahead and build the station. Okay. Oh, you're right. Thank you. If you're playing the drinking game for how many times I forget to go back from RCDB to the game, that's your first shot right there. So we'll hopefully not have you all totally smashed by the end of the stream. So turnaround wise, the biggest challenge is trying to make the thing slow enough. So let's kind of figure out where we're going at this point. So we're going to do something kind of stupid looking here, but what I want to do is see how the ride looks. So let's just test this thing out, and we do notice here that the station is a little bit too small, so I got to make one more piece to that. Okay. Feed this guy up. This lift hill. All right. I feel good about that corner. You don't have to bank that one. I would probably bank this bottom one here. A nice little speed hill here, and then let's see what our speed is as we approach this. We're hitting 55 miles an hour right now, up to 40, and that's 34 up in the corner. That feels about right. It depends how fast you really want to go on something like this. We can do a pretty quick turnaround, or we can do something that's a little more nuanced. We'll look at this. Let's make sure I have my clearances off. And the Arrow coasters are pretty janky, I guess you could say, as far as the turnaround layouts go. There you go. Simulated train's working now. It wasn't working earlier, and I don't know if I was just doing it wrong. Actually, yes, I do know I was doing it wrong because that's how things go. We'll go ahead and use that simulated train. I need to remember to unpause it because I tend to build on pause mode. So one of the things that we're looking at doing is, let's see about maybe making a so you don't need to be worried about having too many straight pieces on these kind of rides, as long as it kind of makes sense overall. You really don't want to have straight pieces for the sake of straight pieces, but if it stretches things like this, or if it works for just spacing in general, then go for it. I generally like to see a space at the bottom of the first drop, just to spread it out a little bit. We'll up this lift hill speed to 6 too. That should be fine. All right, then kind of see what our options are here. This could be an option. It's definitely rough looking. Definitely looks unpleasant, but it worked for us. Oh, thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping, Mr. Elias Disney. Okay, so now we get into kind of what I consider more of the fun part on the way back, because really you're just doing a bunch of big airtime hills. So what we generally want to do is make the top of the hill a little bit tighter than the base of the hill. So you would do something like this, but we probably want a flat piece here. Hey there, Fad. Thanks for joining. Feel free to ask questions, make comments, and all that kind of thing in the chat too. So I will see it. I'm sure I'm delayed by somewhat. So we have some pretty substantial speed over these final hills, which is actually pretty accurate. If you look at some of the hills on Magnum at the end, let's see if we can find them. We're gonna do this. I'm not gonna forget this time, unless you guys want to take another drink. There's not really a good shot of these. So Arrow ramped their hills. So B&M uses a parabola as far as shaping goes. So it's a pretty smooth hill up, smooth hill down. But Arrow is more towards something that's a little more aggressively just straight. So you're going to see something where you would slope up, you go up like this, then you turn down and really just make a triangle. Alright, the one angle where the track is right behind each other seems weird. Maybe extend the corner outwards. A bit of space. Yeah, that's an option for sure. You can extend it out a little bit. I go on the fence about how much spacing we want in between the track sometimes. You can do a little bit more. I mean, this one here, they're a little bit tight together, but I don't hate it necessarily. Not too bad, but I would ideally have kind of liked to come another flat one here and then curve back down, but it doesn't quite fit. So let's jump on back into this. We're gonna do one more sort of ramped hill, and then we'll get into the more triangular shaped ones. So we are gonna take out that straight piece on top because we are trying to do a little bit more ramped hills now. We'll go ahead and turn right here. And so now we're getting back into what you would kind of expect for arrow hypercoaster hills, where you really just ramp it up and kind of come back down. And they don't need airtime. So let's see here. We're +9 on that one. We'll be +8 on this one. But there is no guarantee that an arrow hypercoaster actually has any airtime. Titan Max in Japan, for example, has none. So, or very, very little. Aren't those two diagonal corners almost on the same view line a problem? Not necessarily. So you can, they merge together just a little bit on this side. You can do a couple of different things if you want to be a little fancy with it. You can do like a crossover right here, and then kind of come back and cross back over, and then come back on the other side. It's definitely a nice visual thing to do it that way. You want to try and avoid in general having a bunch of stacked track on top of each other. This little bit here I would say is okay because you've got 1, 2, 3 crossing on all different angles. But something like this, probably something you want to avoid. But in the sake of continuing to move along, I'll keep it there for now. But I would say, should you have been building this one, I'd suggest kind of adjusting that. And then let's head up here, and then we can kind of call this our first brake run, even though it's going to be a fake brake. But then we can get here and then have an actual brake. We're going to run 3 trains. We will make sure that we have enough of a brake run. So this is a little bit of an odd detail here. You'd probably want a little bit more space. Ideally enough to get a train in there. So let's back up now, and we'll put yeah, let's actually fix that because I don't like how that looks. So what we'll do is build backwards. Put our block brake there. Continue to build backwards. Put a second block brake. There we go. And we'll this. Get up, we need to be at 6 height, which we are. And we'll put another brake. So this is about how much brake run you want for something like this. It definitely is a lot, but it's necessary. You want to be able to stop all 3 of your trains in the brake run if you can. So at least for something like this. So block brakes are absolutely required. There is not a coaster in the game that I would not recommend putting block brakes on that have it, or that has the option for it. So it's definitely something that separates out the quality of a coaster build just at the very basic level. I think is really important to have them. All right, so let's take a look at our Magnum XL 2 something. Not necessarily the best. It was definitely a quick build, but I think all of these today are going to be pretty similar in scope to that. Have our nice first drop here. Curve. Generally, we'll go on the banking. You're going to bank more often than you really need to. Some arrows have some really weird banking, as in the sort of kind of halfway mid-course brake run on the real thing on Magnum is banked, and it's a really awkward, weird element. So here we are on the way back. Get that nice hill. Nice hill. Nice hill. So for this, we would adjust the dispatch time so that this one does arrive back before that one is up at the top of the lift hill and sitting there. But we will call that one wrapped up, and we will All right, we'll check that one off the list. So next up, after Magnum was 1989 was Magnum. The next one took a little while. It was actually 1996 before we got our next hypercoaster, and that one was Morgan. So let's jump back over, and we'll get rid of Magnum here. Ratings, I have no idea. I have never played for ratings, and I don't necessarily recommend you guys do as well unless you're doing scenario play. So high, and medium, but you just change them if they're annoying. Just change them. But anyway, back to Morgan Hypercoaster. So we have a number of options here. So they actually didn't build too many coasters overall. I'm getting there. It'll actually be next after Morgan, because both Fujiyama and Morgan were built in 1996, or Wild Thing, the first Morgan. So I figured I'd do this one first, since it's kind of similar to the Arrow as far as kind of similar design goes, and then we can go look at Fujiyama next, because I think that's a good representative of the Togo variety. So like I said, Morgan had a number of coasters overall. They built 8 coasters in total, one of which was a mine train, one of which was a coaster on the beach in Santa Monica, which is on in more commercials than I think any other coaster in the world, so just because it's so close to Hollywood. And then they built a number of hypercoasters. Cedar Fair bought the original 3, so Valley Fair, Dorney Park, and Worlds of Fun. Valley Fair got the first one here, and then Morgan actually went on to build the world's largest coaster, which opened just a couple of weeks after Millennium Force did, and took the crown from Millennium Force with Steel Dragon 2000, which was 320-ish feet tall, I believe. Just a massive out and back coaster. And then they built some other ones, including Steel Eel at SeaWorld San Antonio, which is a little under 200, but still a hyper coaster. And then the Superman Ultimate Escape down at Six Flags Mexico, which is probably my pick for my favorite Morgan coaster. I've had the pleasure to be able to ride every Morgan coaster that exists, and that was probably my favorite. Let's see here. Togo Track is in the game, right? Yeah, it is. It's the original stand-up coaster, and that's the one that we're going to use. We can't quite do as much with it, but we're going to do what we can. And yeah, it is the one on the pier there. So let's look at this Morgan Hypercoaster. So these are pretty formulaic. Even the ones that go a little bit off the wall are still formulaic. So it has a nice big drop. It's a nice second hill. It has a pretty weird turnaround, just a lot of low to the ground speed corners. Has a mid-course brake run, and then it has a couple more hills taking it back to the station. And all the Cedar Fair ones were pretty similar to that. So you can kind of see a number of the curves and things like that. So let's jump back into the game as we transition here. Let's take a look. All right, so we have Arrow finished. So Morgan, do it. We're going to grab the same one again. The track is different between Arrow and Morgan. Definitely different, but we're going to stick with this one just because it's the closest one in the game that matches. And you're right, they did redo Phantom's Revenge, or Steel Phantom into Phantom's Revenge, which is a heck of a ride. Really, really good coaster. I can't say enough about it. I'm not, BG. I don't really consider the RMCs to be hypercoasters. They're more just a big old wooden coaster or hybrid of some sort. We'll probably cover those in a different one at some point, but I do want to cover those at some point just because they are interesting. Okay, so let's curve this again. We'll start with our here. We'll drop down. We'll curve, and we're going to hit this right away with a lift hill. We're going to go a similar height to the arrow. So the arrow we did to 31, and we're going to do a pretty similar thing here. So one of the things that the Morgans do is they have kind of a weirdo first first drop. So they go a little bit shallow for a minute in order to get off the lift hill. Hopefully lost it. Oh, no, we're back. We're good. So they go a little bit shallow for a minute to get off the lift hill, and then they drop. So you can do 2 pieces, or you can do 1. I'm going to do 1, just like I did for the arrow. I think it looks better, but the actual angle of things just look a little bit odd as you go through this. All right, do a second one of these, and then actually gonna kind of do this a little bit lower, so it's 31 and 25 is the next set down. So we want a nice floater airtime here. Morgan's rarely had ejector airtime. Some of them did, but most of them were more floater than anything. So we want to make sure that our airtime kind of matches what we would expect out of it. So we'll do something similar to that. So we're at 25 there, and then we'll do kind of the same thing here before we head down and start our drop. So you can do a couple of different things here as far as curves go for turnaround. So you can be as simple as just a big drop into a low to the ground helix. You could do a figure 8 helix. The Wild Thing one kind of goes all over the place, like every which way, and is a little bit much, perhaps. But don't we do? See if we want to go kind of this way. I'm happy you came over from Reddit too. I was wondering if my posts were really even seen over there, because I know they get buried kind of quickly. So I'm happy to see that you got there. So I appreciate you guys coming over. And yeah, you're right. Phantoms does have ejector air. It is pretty strong. All right, I'm not feeling that at the moment, but let's see what we want to do with this one. So let's go back real quick, and I always recommend you you look at the database when you have some need for inspiration, and let us take a look. But all right, so we have some nice angled helixes here, and kind of diving down to these low to the ground bits and then coming back up. This one has a lot more kind of up and down variety than the other ones, so you can kind of go in a bunch of different directions, but let's go this way. The challenge with the game, in that you only have one or, well, 2 sizes of diving corners, is that you end up with some really weird looking stuff, such as this. And it can be pretty ugly. So this is the kind of variety here that kind of see. It's a pretty big helix element, and then we can pull up into something else, perhaps. We'll use that ghost train again here and move things along. Let me make sure I've got... I do wish that this is something that the open devs would fix at some point. There we go. Okay, let's take a look. So you're right, Cheap. I mean, massive helixes just they just don't look good, and I will be the first to say that this looks terrible. It just doesn't look good on a hypercoaster, but so it goes. We're gonna live with it, and we will do what we can here. See how our coaster's coming along. Let's up the speed here to 6. We get our nice first drop. Pretty smooth, nice floater there. A little bit slower than I'd like, but not too bad. And a little bit slow there too, but not awful. That turn is going to be a pain for the ride ratings, but again, we don't worry about the ratings so hard. And now we're back to speed. So, all right, we don't hate that too hard. Do one more big helix. Oh, that's not it. So what I was hoping to do is try and wrap something up and around into a mid-course brake run, because ideally, and this plays into in open, it would be really great to have diagonal brakes at some point. I would love to just take this curve right where the train is right now and go up and into a mid-course brake run, turn, and then drop. So it's definitely a challenge as far as that goes, but you know what, for the sake of moving us along, we're gonna just go ahead and do this guy. Only fully open air coaster, Incredicoaster, Primeval Whirl. I mean, the Indiana Jones one in Paris, Raging Spirits, those are all fully open air, but just have a bunch of theming on it. Let's go up. Get a little bit more height here. We want to use up as much of the height as we can. Morgan brake runs are notoriously long, so you want to get in here and really get some distance here. You want to be able to fit the whole train plus some more. So we have that. And we're pretty close, and I wish we were just a little bit closer to being able to get this to line up, because I do like when those line up just a little bit. We're gonna do that off the drop here, and we want to make sure that we get enough elevation here that we can do a little bit with it. So yeah, you know, honestly, the more you think about it, a lot of the Disney coasters are fully outdoor. It's just a matter of what level of outdoor you're looking for. We're gonna make this a little bit tighter here. I actually don't like that terribly much, so let's do this. You don't want it to look super, super tight as you go over that hill. You want it to be a little bit smoother, so we're gonna do this and make it a little bit smoother in this way. Yeah, Big Grizzly was interesting just because it has a ton of tunnels and sort of indoor sections to it. Okay, so we have 3 hills, and usually that's going to be about it. for the Morgan Hypers. The nice thing is, because the lift hill is not super steep, we can squeeze in a lot of this even though the brake run is sort of late on in the game. And we can deal with that just fine. So let's start building our block brakes here. And the more coasters you guys list, it feels like it's everything that's outdoors. Okay. Let's this. And again, this is one of those where you can have a brake run that goes higher up and then drop into it. But you don't need to do that if you don't want to. Usually there's not any kind of like final helix or anything like that, so you don't have to worry too hard about anything weird or special in that regard. But we do line up right here just very nicely. We're just going to put some straight track in here and finish it up. Okay. This Morgan Hypers especially are one of those where you don't need to be scared of straight track because there's so much of it in the real thing. Leaky Dog Dash is an interesting one because the layout has like zero flow to it. It is all over the place, but it's a fun ride. Right. Family coasters from every manufacturer. That's a good one. I should do that one as our April Fools. We're gonna build a miler of every variety. That'll be our 12-hour stream reward if I get enough subscribers and everything. What is my job role? I am essentially a project manager. I'm actually the vice president of design and engineering for SeaWorld Orlando. So I build or I do design and engineering work, mostly project management style, for all of the new attractions that go into SeaWorld Aquatica and Discovery Cove here in Orlando. Work with a pretty small team, but we get it all done. So it's pretty cool. Definitely a nice job to have. So the nice thing about this, and the fact that we have a mid-course brake run so early on, is that we have this cleared block right here, even when it's slow. Now we're cleared, and we're probably a couple of hills to beginning here. And there we drop off. So really, you could take this and turn up the speed just a little bit if you wanted, just to make it run a little bit more smoothly. I would say 7 miles an hour is probably the max you want to go. Even though I'm going 8 here, I just don't want to see. Please don't let Preston and Barbary make it. You know, I will say that the Preston and Barbary fairground type coasters, like the Pinfari one that they have, there's one in Kazakhstan and there's one up in Maine. They're actually a lot of fun, but I'd be real curious to see how that would go. It's like when Moser built that drop tower for Busch Williamsburg, and they had never built a giant drop tower before. It was a surprise. Let's see how this one does. I just want to see how far up the hill we get before this one gets out of the mid-course at 8 miles an hour. Okay, so we're clear pretty substantially in front of this one still. Mostly because this is taking forever to get back. So really what you would do here what I would recommend is opening up a lot of these brakes just to make sure it kind of goes through and gets there. And yeah, I am. I'm basically playing RCT in real life, so I'm still building that SeaWorld park in the game, and I always joke when somebody asks how SeaWorld is, whether it's RCT or real, um, because it's sometimes hard to tell. All right, so let's call that a day on the Morgan Hyper, and we'll call that one finished. There we go. All right, so now let's do our Togo. This is going to be a fun one because I have not done this before. So we will figure this out as we go. So Fujiyama, King of Coasters, is at Fuji-Q Highland in Japan in the shadow of Mount Fuji. It actually is a pretty cool coaster. It's stupidly fun, and it really has no right to be. We will get there cheap. That is next. Actually, no, that's not going to be next. Giovanola is going to be 3 from now because I'm trying to go chronological at least. And the Geos were a little bit late to the game behind some of the other guys. So we will get there in just a minute. So here is Fujiyama. It is very different from what we've seen so far, and that it's a twister. So it kind of twists on itself and has some really kind of interesting designs. It's very Japanese in its approach. We can see a couple characteristics here, like the top section here, which is small. Let's see. Am I going to do Gerstlauer hypers? Yes, I will. We'll do something like Karnan, for sure. And we will do that. I've seen a couple of them in game, but not very many. I forget who it was, and whoever's in DKMP server, remind me who did it for the contest entry, because he actually did the hacked drop on the lift hill, which was super cool. Which we'll definitely get into that. But anyway, so we have this flat section here, a pretty steep first drop, pretty substantial size. This guy was big, 259 feet tall, so 260. It was the world's tallest coaster when it opened. And then we have this this weird flat corner here, and then we get into these more curved hills and just some kind of weird elements here before a number of other kind of fun stuff on this one. So it's a very oddball ride, as you can kind of see here. The ending is very strange with these sort of slalom elements to it before you hit the final brake run. It's like I said, it's an oddball coaster and very strange. But let's dig through here one more time. And all right, let's go back. Challenge, shoestring the entire coaster. You can do it, and I do kind of hope to do the shoestring tutorial for that at some point here. I just haven't gotten to it. All right, we are going to use the Togo track, which is going to be a little bit unfortunate because we can't bank corners and stuff like that, but we'll do what we can. Just trying to make sure I don't run into things here. Okay, we'll raise this up a little bit. Feels like something that Japan would do. All right, so we are going to use the Space KL Loco trains for this one. I looked at a bunch of different options, and in my opinion, this was the closest to the 2x2 cars that the real thing has. All right. Okay. Too high for support. Or you're wrong. Yeah, Smiler. We're gonna put a big rip on Smiler there. That was not so good. But honestly, I do like the Gerstlauer Infinity coasters. I think they're really good rides. So I hope that more people will buy them at some point. Okay, because we don't have the steep drop here, we're gonna do this little kind of weird bit. It looks better from some angles, such as this angle, than it does from others, like this angle where it just looks a little bit rough, but we're gonna stick with it and pound it through. I would say Gerstlauer is underrated. They have a lot of good stuff. I love their bobsled coaster. The Gerstlauer bobsled is something I would love to see in the US. And it's a little disappointing that we don't have one. Okay. So here we are. We did our straight bit at the top, and the reason that they do this in real life is to get the ride off of the chain lift and onto the flat so it disengages the chain lift more smoothly and it doesn't rip that back car way off the lift. So it is just better for maintenance kind of overall. All right, so we're gonna do our flat corner up top here. And we're going to run into a little bit of an issue here from a clearance standpoint, but the nice thing being this Togo is that we can kind of do what we want on it. There's not a whole lot of rules here. This is at 23, so we're going to do a little bit of an airtime hill here. And yeah, unfortunately, we still can't get into our banked corners. Sounds about right. Gerstlauer is very much the company you can call when you want something interesting. Okay, so let's build a nice airtime hill here. We're at 21. Let's run our simulation so we can kind of see what the speed is, because I actually don't know how these local cars perform. So let's honestly, one of my favorite coasters from Gerstlauer is Back Don at Tokyo or Lakua, where Thunder Dolphin is. It's just such a weird family coaster. If you're not familiar with it, it has you launch on a tire out of the station, you go through a layout that has a second launch in it, and then you pull back via a switch track into the station facing the opposite direction. And then you get launched back out through the same layout again, just backwards, and now you back into the station, and that's the ride. I love it. I think it's so clever, and it's just such a weird ride, weird elements, and I'm a huge fan of it. All right, actually, that's not feeling too bad right now. You can get the El Loco trains on New Element. The best place to go is if you go onto the New Element forum and go into the Ask the Experts section, you'll find a topic called Space K's Custom Rides. Then you can download them from there. He's got a number of packages, and we're going to look at a couple other of his types or of his rides here. Alternatively, I can also provide this file for download if you guys want, if that is something of interest. All right, so let's jump back real quick because I want to look at how Fujiyama has done kind of this little bit. You can see this sort of diving corner here, which has a bit of a weird turn to it. This whole layout is just almost cursed more than anything. There's a lot of weird bits to it. All right, we're gonna. Okay, I have an idea now. Yeah, it's in Dig Site, which is one of the head-to-head parks. So definitely check that one out too. Good park. What do we have? Let's see. want to make sure that we get. You know what? I'm actually going to back this up. Backing it up. We're going to do this. Because this will now allow us to go through and make this line up. So wherever possible, I like to try and get rides to line up as far as stacking goes, because it's going to make your support work easier, and in general, it's just going to help the overall look of the ride. So we'll do something similar there. Make this a pretty long airtime hill here. We'll go up to that same height here, which will allow us to do this like diving corner thing that real one has. It would be useful if you reference custom coaster trains that you have a direct download. Yeah, I mean it's definitely something that I can release just as far as a link goes, and I've done it in the YouTube videos. I just need to have them ahead of time here, so worth looking there for sure. Do this. The nice thing is that the park files retain. I mean, you can retain the objects, of course, in the park file, so it helps for just saving RCT Mart. Yeah, that was a classic way back in the day. See how we're gonna run through this little bit. Not too bad. I don't want to do this, and then we'll come back up for this. There we go. We want to try and avoid going through too many ovals, which is one of the things that we're currently doing right now. So you'll notice we came off the lift hill. We did a right hand or a left hand turn here. Then we did a right hand turn. Then we did another right hand turn here. Now I really want to try and avoid doing another right hand turn here, but I don't want to go over. So the idea is we want to try and cross at some point, and then we'll curve around, and then we'll make our final return here, and then go on to the final brakes. I'm trying to leave this mid space open as best as I can, so we can get a little bit crazy there on the way on the return run. See how this actually runs up and over. Not too bad. Not too bad. So the real thing, the real Fujiyama is just such a strange coaster. I know I said it earlier, but it's just such a weird looking ride. And the real thing is just it looks like it is going to really hurt when you get on it, and thankfully it doesn't. It's a surprisingly fun coaster, and not hurt at all. But it kind of feels like something that you could get like violently injured on. So it's sort of an oddball one. RCT Modified was interesting, but it also, for the people who made something in RCT Modified and then passed it along to somebody else who didn't have it, then it just screwed up the overall look of everything. So I had tried it, and then I kind of went away from it because I didn't want that to happen. But it definitely had that same kind of design as Open did in a number of things. It was sort of the precursor to a lot of that. All right. Trying to figure out the best way to finish this up. We will want to put a mid-course brake run in here to some location. Try and figure out a space to do that. It actually wouldn't be out of the question to do just a big helix like this on a Togo. It looks a little silly here, I think, but it's not to say that Togo wouldn't do something just like that. All right, let's go a little bit slow if we do it, so we'll up and set this. We're going to call this our mid-course brakes. And then what I try and do is something. Has anyone done one of these in a release? I don't think so. I've never seen one anyway. I would love to see one. I really hope that somebody does try it because they're just so weird and cursed and strange rides. Let's see here. I'm not a huge fan of how this section is coming along. So what we'll do is we'll put another little dip in here. I don't know about great layout. It's a layout, that's for sure. It's definitely got some oddball stuff in it, but that's the kind of stuff that I like. We're gonna go through here at a low to the ground finish. Ideally, this would be exactly under this, but of course I can't because of the way that this drop is stacked. So something that we will avoid there. We do have a lot of really overlapping track sections here, which is not something that I typically go for, but whatever we can kind of fit is all right. Okay. So now do our final return home here. Got to figure out how to make this work really well. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and make it the proper Fujiyama colors here. I like the black better. Very odd how this one works. So we're immediately underneath of our here. So the real thing has these things that I can't possibly do on RCT, which is a shame because they're so stupid. But it kind of goes up and has this sort of almost half-pipe slalom banked corners, and it just does this the entire way back to the brake run on the final layout. It's just such a weird up and down thing. It doesn't make any sense, but it's hilarious on the ride. Like the real thing, we were kind of bracing for impact, and then you just ended up laughing the entire time just because there was so much just weirdness in it, which kind of describes Togo as a whole. I will say I am a big proponent of Togo. I had a very bad impression of them from the American coasters that I had ridden, and then I went to Japan, and my entire opinion changed because they have some super cool stuff. Alright, so we're gonna do 6 again, is what that was. And come back down. Yeah, I try and avoid zero clearance if I can. I just don't like to. I don't like to do it. I can avoid it. Okay. Then we will go steep finish. What is our elevation on the mid course? Mid course is 14, so we will not make this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is perfect. That's gonna work really well for us. And this one does have an inclined brake run, so we're gonna fudge that by doing something like this. And then we're also gonna move this and make this lower to the ground, because I think it's gonna look better as a brake run. We have the sloped bits. Okay. Put the brakes on here. Block brakes. More brakes. Blocks. Turn the corner. More brakes. Blocks. See how this looks. Go 2 trains to start here. Not too bad. Generally, I would want maybe one more piece here, which we will go ahead and do. You want your whole train to be stopped on the straight. Okay. All right, let's see how this cursed layout looks. It's a jumble. I'll say that much. It is definitely a jumble. This is the kind of thing that I would absolutely love to support and finish, because it could be pretty cool. Let's see how it performs. I have a big thing for Japanese coasters. They just are so weird. They're so non-standard in a lot of things, so I'm really a big fan. A little fast there on that unbanked curve. We could probably do that. What is my opinion on Disney repainting Cinderella Castle? I was there a couple Fridays ago for past member preview. I didn't mind it. The colors in photos look a little oversaturated for one. I didn't think it was that bad. It could have been better, but it was not bad. I hated it less than I thought I was going to. It actually looked pretty good. So that's my opinion on it. All right. We're weaving back and forth here. Are we going to make it up to the brake run? Just barely. That pacing's a little bit slow, but not bad. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. It's a weird one. How many cars, trains do these run? So it runs a 2x2 at 7 cars deep. I believe Fujiyama is 2 trains because it doesn't have a mid course, and to be honest, Japanese dispatches couldn't ever catch up to that anyway. So I think 2, because I decided to throw a mid course into this one. You could run 3 if you wanted, but I'm gonna stick with 2 at the moment. We'll call that one a day. And now we'll go back over to our thing, and we are going to get rid of this one. It's taking longer than I expected. Well, thank you guys for watching so far. All right. So, unfortunately, we are not going to Giovanola next. I know you were looking for a cheap. But we are going to go to Intamin next. With... Man. All right, get rid of Fujiyama here. Looks like something you'd make in RCT2. So yeah, I get it. It feels kind of like something I would have done as a kid too. Just kind of just messed around with all sorts of weird layouts like that are not necessarily realistic, but in this case, it's weird enough that it is surprisingly realistic. Um, but let's jump to Intamin. So now we start hitting the modern era. We're up to 1999, where a bunch of stuff kicked off. Actually, within a couple of years, we're going to have the Intamin, B&M, and Giovanola all at once. So we have this guy, which is, like you say, straight section the ride, and Helix the ride. So this was the first of the Intamin Mega Coasters. There is this and a mirror image of this at Six Flags America over in Maryland. This one's in New York. Then they got into thankfully better designs like the Superman at Six Flags New England that has a lot more curves and hills and just is a better ride overall. And then things like Expedition G-Force and others as well. Yes, Giovanola did build a Goliath at Magic Mountain. So this is what we're looking at here. Let it never be said that you can't put straight sections into rides. This is the number one example there. Same with helixes and everything else. The cool thing about these rides is the restraints. The Intamin T-bars were just really open, and the trains were great. So, huge fan of these in general. I think they're great coasters. Wish there was more of them that were built, but we are going to give one a try. So let's go on back to the game. Let's find our Intamin. Where's our Intamin? There it is. All right, let's start down here. With pretty close to the ground, actually. So the Intamins, most of them that run 8-car trains. There's a couple of them that run 9. So we're actually going to go ahead and do the 9 just because it's big and looks kind of neat. Millennium Force is one of those that also runs 9. If you are wanting to be realistic, you can go in here and change this section to bi-rail track, which I would recommend. I think it looks good on the whole. Because Intamin uses, at least with their traditional track system, they use bi-rail, tri-rail, and quad-rail, basically for the different structural elements on the coaster. And there's various reasons that they use various different ones, so we will stick with this right here. Let's go ahead and officially make this Superman. And I will point out this over here, by the way. We did this in the last stream, and I wasn't real happy with the finish. But I finished a different layout earlier in the week, so in case anybody was interested, this was our mine train that we finished up. So here is where it picks up the new layout and has kind of a nice little upward helix here, to a downward helix, and then at the end. I would not mind doing a log flume stream. The challenge with log flumes in the game is that they're so limited. You really can't do as much fun stuff with them. Okay. So coming off the lift hill, we're going to be pretty tight off the lift hill. Just come straight off like normal. Then we are one shy here. So let's... honestly, this feels a little too big, perhaps. There we go. Well, we're going to stick with it, even if it is big. 32. Okay. So these characteristically did not have mid-course brake runs. It was a 2-train affair, or in Millennium Force's case, 3 trains, because it's big enough and it has a entrance and an exit station. But we're going to do 2 trains here, kind of out and back type layouts, without a whole heck of a lot of additional stuff to them. And low to the ground, fast corners were a thing. So you can definitely feel comfortable doing that kind of design. It was 6 miles per hour. Okay. We'll do something like this. 22. Now, Intamins, unlike all the other ones we've looked at so far, have ejector air time. So -1 or higher. That is what kind of makes them interesting and intense, and makes those restraints feel even more wide open. So we're going to do ours pretty similar to Darian's. Sun Kid coaster. Sun Kid has never actually made a coaster. They just make the trains. The Biga coaster. Yeah. I'm gonna say coaster with some air quotes there. All right. And then if we want to do a helix of sorts, we can. It just ends up being kind of big. Well, what we'll do first, though, is make this one smaller, and then we're going to build our brake run. So the difference on this one, that's fair. I did disrespect the Sun Kid Butterfly. I take back that because, yeah, those are, as far as I'm concerned, those are coasters, even though it's a little shifty. And I don't count powered coasters, but those I do count. It's a little bit odd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the Intamin hypercoasters have really short brake runs. It's actually gotten them into trouble more than once, as far as accidents and bumping and other things go. So we're gonna make ours just slightly larger than the train itself, and that's gonna be it. So there's where we're sitting at the moment. Shoot, can't do our thing there. So we do want to have this kind of come home with a couple of airtime hills here at the end. So let's figure out what we want to do. Actually, I don't want to do all the straight bits. This is a little bit too much as far as that goes. So let's back it up just a little bit. We will still have some straight bits here. We can either do 22 and 28, so that's about right. Because we're on the diagonal, we're not going to do any kind of weird stuff. It's going to look spread out as much as this needs to be here. All right. Let's this, and do a high-speed turnaround of sorts. Not our helix, but I do agree with you. I wish diagonal inversions were a thing. It would make our lives so much easier as far as corkscrews go and other similar type coasters. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. Let's kind of build our back end here. Yeah, Planet Coaster fixes it. It's just Planet Coaster's a pain to build. I like Planet Coaster. It just takes forever to build any kind of architecture. It's definitely powerful. It's just a tough game to work with. we've gotten a little far away from our home over here, which is something that I think I'm trying to figure out and sort out how I want to do it. What we might actually do is let's rethink this just a little bit. We're gonna delete a number of these bits. Whole thing, really. Then, all right, we're working on 33 here, so that is one too tall. Level this out at 28. Okay. Now we will do one of these giant helixes just because they are weird enough that they're kind of fun. To be honest, I with Parkitect versus Planet Coaster versus other ones such as Parkitect, I am a really big fan of Parkitect. I think it's a great a spiritual successor to RCT, and it just looks good and it's a fun one to play. I am a huge fan of Parkitect. All right, so we're gonna do sort of a weird thing here. Let's up. Such a pain to build. All right, there we go. All right. So now we have a oddball giant helix. This is also going to kill a lot of our momentum, by the way, just because these trains don't agree on some of this kind of thing. So just be warned. What's up, Mav? Oh, you got your little first badge there for being the first subscriber. Well done. Well done. Thank you also. Encourage whoever wishes to be the second subscriber to go for it. Use your Amazon Prime, get it full free. All right. So we're feeling a little bit better about this now. At least I am. So what I think I want to do is build backwards and something just a little bit different here. So these are another kind of common Intamin element here. These sort of weird curved, twisted airtime hills. We're gonna look at, and one that does this. We're at 3 right now. You're gonna run out of space. We are way out of space. Takes, but there are ways to fix that. We could do, and lest it be thought that I have already figured this out ahead of time, I am not. I'm building all of these kind of as we go, trying to figure out the best way to do some of these things. So still stealing designs. I am of mixed thoughts on stealing designs because it's not stealing unless they have a patent on it. They are ripping off some people, and that is not necessarily the most kosher way to do things. But I I don't hate it. They're just giving themselves additional ability to compete, and they're going to put out some pretty good options. It definitely is making the people who from the other companies who have put those rides together certainly a little more frustrated, but I can't totally fault it, even though some of it is a little bit odd. And I don't necessarily think that I enthusiasts love to really go after RMC as far as like the best ever goes. I They're interesting, but I will say my one complaint about RMC is that all their rides feel the same, all of them. They're certainly intense and interesting and exciting, but they all feel really, really similar. This is our difficult saga of getting things to line up. Damn, we are one off. All right. Oops, shit. Sorry, this is a family stream. Level is off again. And I will say to also echo the comment on RMC. I do have RMCs in my top list. They are some of my favorite coasters, but I also think they are also overhyped. And yeah, I mean RMC's innovation is track. They're doing a bunch of weird elements, but the weird elements existed. It's not like it was something suddenly new. But yeah, it's just that now that coasters can do these kind of elements smoothly, it's the natural progression of where we're going to go. So it is definitely a thing that RMC is in the right place, right time to do this kind of work, and they're really making it look good, and they're being successful with it. It remains to be seen how well it's going to hold up over time, though. Because if you listen to any RMC roll around the track, it is spending a lot of time doing something that the train does not want to do. Which, I mean, good or bad, it's just something that you have to pay attention to, and it's definitely a maintenance consideration. All right, so here's sort of our little mashup. It's kind of a shorter coaster, actually, as far as length goes. We're not doing a whole heck of a lot, but actually kind of like it well enough. B&M overrated definitely gets a lot of hate online. I don't necessarily disagree. I like most B&Ms. I'm a huge fan in general, but I think it can be said that they're overrated. I don't think it is sacrilege to say so. There's some good ejector airtime there. Should be anyway. Have our final hills here. 2 and into the brakes. RMC invert. Talk about cursed. There is a I can't talk about it, unfortunately. There's a cursed proposal that I have seen sometime that involved I always used to like when enthusiasts would spout like the most ridiculous thing, like, oh, it's a wooden inverted launch whatever thing. I've seen a couple of real life proposals for similar type rides where it's just like kind of unbelievable that it even exists. I actually don't mind the pacing on this ride. I think it looks okay. This is maybe a little bit strange here where we're curving out and around, but on the whole, it works pretty well. A smaller coaster for sure. I think you could very easily throw in another hill on the outrun here, and then just make this one a longer straight section, and then put the second one of these hills in a row, push this whole thing out. But yeah, nobody got fired for buying a B&M. Damn straight. That is actually a really good comment because it is, as far as from a park side goes. I mean, from like if I was running a park and I've seen it in just being at the park that I work at. Um, you want to B&M. All the maintenance people want to B&M. All the operations people want to B&M. You want it because it's easy. It's set it and forget it. B&M has the best service in the industry. They have the best quality in the industry for sure. It's honestly not even an argument. Like it is easily the best as far as something that the park wants to go. As far as ride experience goes, you can take it or leave it, but it is absolutely the best as far as quality goes. So that's why you get it. Are all ride designers and theme park owners actually theme park fans? No, no, not at all. I was very, very surprised when I started here at SeaWorld that not everybody was jacked up about coasters and wanted to go ride coasters on their weekends and things like that. It was a very odd feeling. All right, so we finished our Superman here. So we have our Intamin. That I don't mind too bad. Okay, question for you. Next up is B&M. Do we want to build a new B&M or do we want to stick with this one that we did last week? I am fine to go either way. I know we're an hour and a half into this and a little bit under halfway through, but do you want to see a new one or not? While we do, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to our coaster database. Get rid of this. Okay. So while I wait for chat to catch up on that, Apollo's Chariot is the first of the B&M hyper coasters. It was followed by Raging Bull, which is still the only hyper twister from B&M. Most of the rest of theirs are purely out and back type coasters. So this is sort of the quintessential one. So we have just a bunch of nice floating speed hills and creative turnaround, a bunch of hills back, a nice mid-course brake run so we can run 3 trains. And in general, it just looks really good. I mean, you can see here, especially, this is a really great indication of how the heights lower as we go along. Now, some of these are a little bit odd because they have some kind of in between bits, but it is a great coaster. Not my favorite originally. When I first rode it, I thought it was overrated, but I've since come to really enjoy this ride. Here's our turnaround, pretty simple turnaround, and looking good there. All right, we had one for new, one for that one is fine. Next one's the tiebreaker. Let's see what you want. Do you want to build a new one or do you want to move along? This is kind of a cool little bit here, little hill, a little bit of a ramped hill, and then into the final drop, which has that down in the trench there, so using the terrain to advantage. Build a new one. All right, Mavericks for the win. Let us go. All right, we are going to say dump to this one and get rid of it. And we're going to make this clean because it's good to have a clean work surface. Okay. There we go. So, B&M. B&M Traditional. So this is one of those in-game ones. Now, B&M Traditional, you're going to use... Oh, shit. Take another drink. Take another drink. Okay. Let's... B&Ms have 9-car trains. So, or at least the early ones all did. Newer ones have 8 cars or 7 cars, depending on which park you go to. So we are going to start here. your chat is a good 10 seconds probably behind my stream at the moment, so I'm trying to keep up a little bit. I know I'm probably going to miss some things, so just FYI in case you guys 31, 33, in case you need that. Wait, are you drinking every time? It's a drinking game, which I'm sure you're already drinking, showing you. So just keep doing what you're doing. It's gonna be just fine. Let us let's go here. I am not drinking, but I could be. Very nice rum waiting. Okay. So, couple of just things as far as this goes. We probably want another piece here before the lift hill. Usually they're going to have drive tires there to engage the lift hill. We can't do both drive tires and a chain lift. We're just going to put a straight piece. Early B&Ms had this pre-drop off of the lift hill. Reason being is that it got the train off the lift before it really increased its speed through the drop, and it decreased the amount of wear and tear on the chassis or on the lift motor for one as well. Okay. So let's leave it at that. And losing weight. Good though. Good for you. Okay. So you can kind of do one down or you can do two down. It really just depends on how you want to do that pre-drop here. We are a little bit off the ground, so let's back this up just a bit. Apollo's has a really long pre-drop. I don't actually know the reason for it. Mostly probably because it was the first one. So I don't really know what to say on that one other than just you can do that if you want, but typically you're just going to go one flat piece here. Now you can put a brake because they did used to use this as a trim brake location, but I would just open the thing way up and put it there just so you have it, but it's just purely a visual thing. Okay, B&M coasters have floater airtime. They do not have ejector airtime. The restraints cannot take ejector airtime. So the best you can do is like negative 0.5. So what you don't want to do on a coaster like this is create a hill that goes up like this and then has this really abrupt like thing like this and that you just fly over the top of. No, you want a parabola. So you want this nice smooth parabola, smooth element there. So would recommend similar to this right here. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do our second one just a little bit lower than the first. As far as speed hills go, you saw this more on later B&Ms than newer B&Ms. Sorry, you see this more on newer B&Ms than original B&Ms. Mako, for example, has a hill that's kind of ramped like this and comes down. It looks good, but you really don't see that on some of these earlier ones. What you do see is this used for various like turnarounds and things like that. Turnarounds too can be pretty simple, just a big helix. It could be of a variable sized helix for one. You can do kind of figure eights. You can do just a simple turnaround. Goliath at Laurent has that. It's a pretty boring turnaround, to be honest. But there's a lot of different options you can do. Okay, we do something like this here. We're gonna need a larger curve. That's not too bad. So we have our curve up and then our drop down, and we're right alongside the coaster here. Move that around just a little bit. See how many straight bits we need to get underneath of this. Fair amount, or we can go up and over top. We'll do that. It's a little bit aggressive, perhaps, but not too bad. The other thing that we could do is change it up just a little bit, and let's do a little bit different here. So on this first hill, go these. Gonna do this. What we'll do first though is go down and then bank our corner. Fortunately, these corners can kind of look a little bit hokey in the game, just depending on how they come together. You can do something like Nitro, for example. This turnaround is what they call hammerhead turnaround. You get the nice steep return here. Build something sort of similar to this. So we can do this, the speed hill, if it's got a corner in it. Typically they weren't doing speed hills as just a straight hill. You would do something that was more curved. So we'll do something similar to that. Demolishes half of the layout. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes sometimes. Let's see how our pacing is. Nice curve here. Good speed over there. We want it to just kind of cruise over top. We don't want it to be too fast. Turnarounds are fine. And cruises over there nice and easy as well. Let's do a round like this. This will put us into some breaks. Not a photo section. If you do a photo section in your ride, I just recommend hiding the photo section. I just think in general it's going to look a little nicer overall. And I feel like you're going to get more out of it from a visual standpoint if it doesn't have that. Okay. Oh yeah, I think that pacing actually works really well. I'm pretty happy with it. Little Bob Ross-ism there, I would say. I do want to see. Disappointingly, we can't see what our pace is here, so I'm going to go ahead and higher this just so I can run it and see. And the station powered launch. I love it. This is old B&M Hydro, so this is custom photo sections. I think that would be really cool to be able to do a custom, like a trigger point on it, and then it just spawns a little photo section of some kind. We're gonna come around, do the brakes. And actually that brake run's probably a little bit long, but not awful. Okay, that runs pretty well. Question about your job. How secretive is the planning design phase? To prevent copying really isn't too much of a thing. It's it's more of you just don't want it to get out as far as the public goes, because then you can't market it as well, and it's a little bit harder to uh, you just don't want the public to really be kind of learning about all your brand new stuff right before you get ready to open it. So that's more so the concern. You don't want that. Um, we're certainly secretive about things, but in the industry, um, you usually know pretty well ahead of time what people are doing. It's not a huge secret. But I mean, yeah, you do sign NDAs for various rides and things like that. Um, so it definitely is something that you consider as non as a non-negotiable element of the job, and something that you just really want to make sure you're being uh, being good about protecting, because your job is at risk because of it. You're trying real hard on that one, aren't you, Pedro? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 works fine. I mean, I'll give you points for trying. Okay. Okay. Back on this side, and oops, let's get 3 trains here. Then let's immediately close that and put a block break right here. We can properly park 3 trains. Fine. Perfect. Okay. And to be honest, even Disney, you certainly hear about. It definitely used to be more of a thing than it is now. Um, there's certainly a you're really not seeing somebody kind of scoop in and copy, except for, if you're interested in doing some kind of like world's first, world record, things like that. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's see how we did. Not too bad on the pacing overall, I would say. A little bit fast, not too awful. Come to a crawl on the blocks. I'm not a huge fan of not being able to adjust the blocks, but hopefully that will come at some point here. We'll go up underneath. We could do like a helix or something too, but we're going to keep it pretty simple at the moment. So there is our traditional B&M. I think that works all right. Traditional. There we go. Another one down. So next up, I know Cheap, if you're still here, you were interested in this one. So next up, we're going to go ahead and look at Giovanola. So Giovanola was the track builder for B&M and for Intamin as well. So they both offered the services, or took up Giovanola on their services, and Giovanola went out on their own in 1999 and did their first coaster. That was the inverted coaster Anaconda at Gold Reef City in South Africa. They came back afterwards and did a hypercoaster for Magic Mountain, Goliath. And then they did another hypercoaster, Titan, at Six Flags Over Texas, which was pretty much the same thing, just mirrored, and it had another helix in it. These are truly hyper twisters. They are not at all about airtime, which I think some enthusiasts mistake for being not very good. They're actually a lot of fun. Big knot worth of track and some really, really intense helixes. They probably have some of the most intense helixes in the world, I would say. The kind of helix of death on Goliath was very famous for being pretty intense as far as like blackouts go and things like that. And yeah, Mav, Titan is no, you're right. Titan is not mirrored. Titan is just has the extra helix there before the mid-course breaks. So it's tall, and it's one of those rides that doesn't translate very well to RCT for sure. So here's a look at that. It was one of the tallest coasters in the world when it opened. Now not so much, but 235 feet as far as the lift hill goes and 255 feet as far as the drop goes. It's pretty substantial. So let us build. So we're going to use the different supports too. It's definitely a lattice support system. Their support system is a little bit different as far as structure goes. They're using a lot thinner supports, a lot cheaper supports, but the downside of that is that you got to do more of them in a section rather than the stronger, heavier rolled pipe supports like Goliath or like any of the B&Ms had, for example. Okay, so let's try and get to a point where I'm not going to run into anything. Let's try it here. If we need to move one of these, we can. One of the things that the Giovanolas were known for is super high up stations. I don't know why. But they all had that. Let's make our thing here. Oh, shit. There we go. Thank you. All right. We want a 5-car train. So these are called the Hyper Twister trains, which I think is funny that these got the original designation and the Hyper Twister wide cars for B&M, even though B&M was first. I would have called these the narrow cars instead, but it is how it is. All right, so here we go. Look, I'm just looking to have you guys have a good time, so if I can get you all drunk, then go for it. All right. 37, 38. We're going to go way high up here. All right. So we're going to do this more kind of ramped approach to the drop here. So we'll do that one little piece there, which you'll notice we didn't do on some of the other ones. It's a very stretched first drop. Like you could very easily do a much longer, shallower drop here because the drop itself is pretty shallow. Does the longer cars affect the flexibility of the design in real life? Yes, because you can't necessarily do snappy transitions with a shorter, with a longer train. So like you really, as much as you can, you want to avoid having the front of the train banked at one direction and the back of the train banked in another direction. You can do it. Certainly RMCs and lots of other coasters do that. It's okay to have that, but you really don't see a lot of real aggressive designs with longer trains. The helixes on this are brutal just because it's fast. They're fast helixes and they're really tight. 29, we'll call that. All right. The challenge with this is kind of how do you want to approach this design, because really these are all sort of similar in the way that they're put together, and have a little bit of a look here. Is it a good ride? I think so. I think it's a really good ride. They are not necessarily the most well regarded, which is a shame because they're actually surprisingly good coasters. So we're gonna do stuff like this, which is gonna feel weird in RCT, but the best way to get this kind of a design. One of the things that is Giovanola lift hills are A, really, really loud, and B, really, really slow. So we are going to speed ours up just a little bit. All right, let's take a look at this pacing. All right, not too bad off of that hill. Good floater over that. We want a good floating airtime. We don't want a lot of real heavy intensity there. But let's flatten up here. Bank this. Now we're gonna. This is another one of those where you can't feel bad about doing shallow hills and things and flat track. Totally fine. What we're trying to do is get a mid-course brake run that's right up against the lift hill. Or close enough. I think this one we all close enough. See if we can get back to 25. Little bit slow. We're gonna actually level that off just a little bit. Up. Then we'll turn that into the brake run. Now, one of the things on Giovanola's, again, is that the mid-course brake run pretty nearly stops the coaster, like almost to zero. It's a kind of oddball. Look at that first. We're going to come off of the mid-course, and then we're going to just get into this real tight kind of knot of track that has pretty interesting, intense elements to it. What I want to try and do is get around it like that. We can wrap that hill just a little bit. "24 people have died on Giovanola. Womp womp." All right, let's see how this goes. Gonna be a little bit fast through there. Okay, not too bad. We'll go ahead and put our block brake in here, and then let's go ahead and set up our final brakes also. We are going to have to get back up to a pretty high level here. So fun fact, if you go to Goliath at Magic Mountain and you look at the section of track just before the final brake run, when the coaster was nearly completed, there was a gap in the track, about 2 feet long or so. And they had to come through and put in a little splicer piece in order to get it to fit. Let me see if I can find it on one of the photos here. I don't think it's going to be terribly apparent, but if you can find a close-up shot of the final brakes on the coaster, you can actually see a little splicer piece that sits just at the very end that was added a little bit later as an oops. So, interesting coaster facts. Oh, out. Part of the other thing that you want to try and do on some of these is to get them stacked if you can. So like using some of this cornering for this helix and some other bits and pieces, which we're not necessarily going to be able to do here, but trying to see what we can fit in. A little bit short there. No, not so. I guess that's a good question. Dirt is because Titans is also high up, and it could just be that it's largely a clone. So they could very well have just said, "All right, we're just going to keep it like it is." But I don't know. That's a good question. Actually, a little bit wide for a helix here. So this on a Giovanola, you'd probably see something a little more like this. Um, All right, so we were able to reuse this turn here, which is not too bad, and then we'll try and catch another one perhaps here before the end. So you have a couple of different things, a couple up, couple downs, um, and you want to make sure that you don't always have downward helixes. So this one's sort of a downward into upwards. This one's an upwards. This one's sort of a variable uh, level. Okay. So the question is, so we can kind of finish it off now if we want. So we've got this first helix here, or we can kind of continue it along just a little bit more and try and figure out what the rest of this looks like. We can. The real thing goes pretty deep into trenches down at the bottom, um, and if we do this as a big corner, we can make it work. We can kind of get it to do its thing there. Up and over and into the brakes. So this is not one of the finer layouts of this, but it does kind of show the general tenets of what you can expect for a ride like this. You're going to get these really intense helixes kind of low to the ground. It's going to be more of a knot. You're really not going to be airtime focused. I mean, you'll notice the only airtime hill is this guy in the middle. So this is sort of a similar design to what Goliath and Titan are. They're good coasters. They're a lot of fun. That is an option too. It could have been cost of having it hit the brakes slower. It's definitely less maintenance on the brakes. That is something that you see on a number of old CCI coasters or others. Is that when you hit the brakes slower, you end up with a much easier maintenance bill as far as clamp brakes goes, because friction brakes are worse at higher speeds. Right. We are into this helix. Not necessarily. It probably was. I would think Dr. Dirt probably has the best theory there, is that there was things in the way. So probably like Colossus, which was right there for Goliath, was probably in the way, so it was easier for them to build up rather than to build out. So I can certainly think that that would make sense. Okay, so we're gonna call that a day for that one, even though I'm not real thrilled about it. Space there. All right, Giovanola. Shoot. More time. Giovanola. Unfortunately, Giovanola went bankrupt after their 3 coasters, and even though they showed a lot of pretty interesting rides, they didn't do any more. So a bit of a shame there, because there were some pretty interesting ideas there. All right, so we have made it through all of the original early ones. So that's 6 different rides so far. We've done Togo, Arrow, Morgan, B&M, Intimin, and Giovanola. So now we get into more of the modern era. So we have 5 more here, and we have a couple of different things. So we've got the modern B&M, which we'll probably do next. Then we've got the Intamin modern. We've got the Vekoma. We've got the Mack, and then we've got the Gerstlauer. So let us take a look at the next one. Let me go back to the database, and I promise we're going to remember this time. So here we have Behemoth. So Behemoth was the first to use this new style of train from B&M, with a more spacious seating arrangement, 2 centered in the front of the car, 2 spaced in the back of the car, so more people can, or everybody can get a front row type view, or at least that was the idea. It also meant that you had twice as many air gates in the station, and people couldn't figure it out as easily, and that the train was twice as long as the old ride. That, in my opinion, resulted in some much stronger airtime on Behemoth than a lot of the earlier B&M hypercoasters, which I kind of liked. I actually really like Behemoth. I think it's still the best ride at Canada's Wonderland, despite Leviathan and Yukon Striker. It's definitely one of my favorite coasters out there, I would say. So the layout is, pretty similar to what you would see from the earlier B&Ms, but we have a lot of airtime hills. You'll notice there is no pre-drop now. We come straight off the top, because now the lift hill chain can speed up as the train disengages, and then it will shut down to its slow idle speed. And there we go. So there's some airtime hills here, and then Behemoth happens to have a couple of ending helixes, which we can see here. So we hit the mid-course brakes, and we have a diving helix, and we have a climbing helix here off to the left of the screen, before a couple of hills into the end. The mid-course brake run is sort of a little bit later in the layout than you would see for um, some of the earlier B&Ms, but it was really just to clear that train before the next one gets to the top of the lift hill, and generally it's later in the layout than earlier, so that's why you see some of these B&Ms with much later mid-course brake runs, like Gatekeeper, the wing coaster. It's um, that mid-course is pretty much at the end of the ride, but it's there because you want to clear out the space before the train gets to the top. It really doesn't need to be mid-course, for example. All right, let's get ourselves another space here. Shambhala is a really good one too, and we might try and do that helix as far as the turnaround goes. I do love a Shambhala helix. Okay, so let's we're gonna base ours on Behemoth, and then we'll see what happens to it. Oh, yep, another drink. There we go. There we go. Okay. Got it. Turn this down and get our JA Giga Looping trains. One train with 8 cars on here. These trains are huge. Okay. There we are. So the lift hill on these, depending on where you go or which one you look at, can be steep. It can be shallow, but so in RCT you have either your 30-degree slope or your 60-degree slope, and the lift hill on most B&M coasters is going to be in the low 40s now. Back in the day, it would be in the high 20s, low 30s. So in some cases, it looks better to do the helix or the lift hill as a steep lift hill, and I can't really fault it there, especially on some newer B&Ms where you have almost a vertical drop on some of those. So like if you were building a Giga Coaster, for example, I would absolutely do a steep lift hill. For the purposes of this one, we're going to stick with the just the regular one here, but I would think easily get away with using the other one. All right, this. So now we are going to do a little bit of a stretched drop on here, just like some of the other ones, just to make this a little wider of a first drop. What you don't want to do, though, is you never want to come off the lift hill with one of these guys, because it's just going to look really wide, and it's not going to go very well off of the shallow lift hill. So you want to come off with the lift hill one more piece, then go straight, and then start to drop down. All right, we're on the ground, so we're going to go one more. What I would recommend if you end up in that situation and you don't want to adjust the height is just adjust the landscape. Subtle landscape variation is really the key to making good looking parks as well. So would recommend you do something similar to that. What is the angle on a modern B&M dive coaster? For the lift hill, you're going to see in the low 40s, so it'll be like 44. I think 45 is something they have done before, but it's not quite as steep as you might think it would be. Let's see how that one looks. Let's speed up just a little bit here and make sure we're good on the airtime. So the airtime can be a little bit faster on this one, but not by much. You still want it to be good floater. There is no ejector still on these trains, so a little bit fast, but not too bad. And we can't go higher because that's gonna. Oh, we can go one higher, I think. Yeah, we can go to 28 if we want from 34, but I'm going to hazard a guess that this is going to be too slow. Let's see where we are. Yeah, maybe just a little bit slow. Okay. Wing coasters can be steep, and they're generally not going to be quite as steep as the dive coasters, but it all just depends on the coaster itself as far as what the needs are for that particular kind of ride. It's all custom specific to a certain layout. Let's do a speed hill here, like Shambhala. We're going to come back with these guys. So to do the Shambhala type helix, you kind of need a bit of a larger space to work with, but here, just quick so everybody is aware. We're going to go back to this again. So let's look at Shambhala here. So you can see the Shambhala helix is this really kind of beautiful turnaround. Let me see if there's a better shot. It's a great looking ride here, so you can kind of see here where it comes up and then it wraps around, levels out, and then drops again with sort of this great figure eight ampersand looking turn. I just think it's really, really beautiful, really well done on the ride. So let's go back to the game, which I'm going to remember this time. There we go. We'll do. You can definitely do a bunch of different options here. To do. Depending on how you. This one, it's almost just a full helix up, and then we'll come back down with that same look. Not quite the same, but we'll call it similar. Now we're gonna do. We're just gonna make sure that we get a nice floating airtime hill in here, because we do want to make sure that we're properly doing floating airtime hills. This is a little bit weird, this kind of a hill here. But it floats pretty well. We'll go look at this as far as helix goes. We're actually going to end up doing something pretty similar to the traditional model. Where we will hit the brakes here. Very similar to the real thing, but that's not an issue necessarily. I think for this one we did one. We went straight into this guy. Level it out again now. Because we're on the ground here, I'd probably recommend you you just go back through and lower the landscape just so then you don't have the coaster track on the ground. You should never have coaster track on the ground. Except for old wooden coasters. Right. Cool. One of these guys. Now we can do a number of different kind of finishes. We can do some additional helix turns. We can do a number of different things. But actually, what I'm gonna do is, because I mentioned earlier that they have some late airtime hills on a lot of these coasters, so we're gonna do that actually, and or late mid-course break runs. You're right, it does, Mav, and so that's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna go back through and figure out a better option here. I'm not entirely sold on how this looks just yet. What we'll do is turn the corner down low. Back to continuous circuit mode, then we can see our testing. This will be 22, which actually works really well. That'll keep this nice and low. Right. And do a couple of different things, but I think that turnaround works all right. Although, is that what I did for kind of what I had originally for the other one? Speed up into turnaround here. That works just fine. We will have this sort of speed hill thing here that is on Shambhala. Because it's diagonal, we're not going to put the straight piece on top, and I think it's going to look a little bit better by doing that. Well, start our banking a little bit earlier, smooth it out. Sneak under there, we can't. What I would kind of like to do here is go up on a hill, turn, and then come down, but you really never want to do that on a B&M Hypercoaster. You really want to do your turns at the bottom of the hill, because you're not going to see a whole lot as far as turns go on top, unless they do something like this one here where you're going to go up to the top, float over, and then turn your corner. Not surprising there. That's something that they would do. It's more conservative overall. Now we're going to be down at 17, which would be just fine. Do something like this. Help us keep this nice and even. We're actually going to even get this level here at the drop, which I always do kind of like when you can do that. And let's see if we can make it to that height. Nice floater over that. Another little speed hill here. Okay, yeah, that works. We'll take that, and we're nearly at the end, which is nice. We can still get another hill or two in here. Through here, and just slightly in the way, unfortunately. Do this instead. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the station, which is just perfect. Designing for Sea Road, what is the biggest limiting factor? Cost. Always cost. Always cost. There are so many things that you would like to do, but don't necessarily have the money for all the time. I mean, time is always a push. Space is definitely a challenge too, but money is the biggest factor. And you will find that answer to be pretty much every theme park. Not unique to us. Okay. And then one of the things we're going to have here is an inclined brake run. So you would theme this up like it's inclined, mostly because you're going to see a lot of that. And actually, I'm not quite happy with this right around here. Let's go up, then we'll go curve. You're going to see a lot of these. I mean, just from a maintenance and wear standpoint, you're going to see this kind of a turnaround done. Of course, now this puts us off by just a little bit. We're going to end up redoing this entire final section. Yeah, space can be a fun constraint. That's how Icebreaker happened. We had a pretty tight site that we were working with, and to be honest, I think it turned out pretty well. All right, so let's get in here and pull this station out. We're just going to push it out one, which is no big issue. This is kind of the easiest way to make adjustments on things like this when you just really want to have a coaster in a certain way. Just adjust your station and your brakes and everything. It's not a big deal, and one tile certainly isn't going to kill you. So there we are. Let's have a look and see. I'm actually pretty happy with this one. Take a red. Right. We are going to speed up this lift hill a little bit. Some of these later B&Ms do have some pretty peppy lift hills, especially the Gigas. Was Icebreaker always intended to be a family ride? Always intended to be a family ride. It was a family thrill, is what the consideration is for that kind of a ride. It was a 48-inch rider height requirement, so we wanted to make sure that a 48-inch tall rider at kind of the minimum height could enjoy the ride and enjoy the intensity without having it be too intense. Okay, so here we go through this corner. This floater hill here. Another one of these speed hills here to get us back aligned. That's a really good trick to get yourself aligned as far as design goes. So you can do one of those kind of curved speed hills. And since it's a speed hill, the height really doesn't matter. So you can kind of do whatever you want in that. Now here we're going to do some fun stuff around the lift hill and go up into that brake run there. So I think it works pretty well. I'm actually pretty happy with that one. So we'll call that B&M Modern. Right. Let's try that again. B&M Modern. Go. Okay. All right, so that one is off the list. So now we have 4 more. So before we do our 4 more, I am going to real quick suggest that you all get up and stretch and use the restroom and things like that, because it has been 2.5 hours since I started. So definitely take a moment and do all that. I'm going to run an ad spot real quick. Since I don't have my music going, I'm just going to run the ads because it helps generate a little bit of revenue so I can continue to do this kind of thing. So 60-second ads, and I will be right back, and then we're going to pound through these last 4 and do some interesting stuff. All right, stand by. And we're back. I'm actually really curious to know what kind of ads you guys got. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. All right, that's interesting. Oh, oh, there you go. And of course, Maverick's being the winner because he is subscribed. So, yeah, subscribe for more. I will intend to at some point put in like custom emotes or whatever for subscribers. I don't really know what the benefit of all that is, but I'll do something. I don't know yet what it is, but we'll figure it out. So feel free to subscribe with Amazon Prime if you want, because you get a freebie every month, and it gets me a little bit of money, and it's like I said, it's free for you guys. So that is an option. All right, so let's go ahead and do our Intamin modern. So we did our Intamin traditional. Now we're going to do Intamin modern. Let's take a look here. Back to our database, if I can click right. So there's a couple of oh, thank you for the subscription with Twitch Prime there. I do appreciate it. Certainly helps me out. So Intamin modern can be a couple of different things. So I took Intamin modern to be the something like Sky Rush, which is really a wing coaster, but it is 200 feet tall, 75 miles an hour, and all of that. There's another wing coaster out at Ferrari World in Abu Dhabi. If we look at the other one here, Flying Aces, this one is also 200 feet, and this one has inversions too. It's got a non-inverting loop and a heartline roll, so this is the first one of these that we come across that actually has inversions on it, which is kind of interesting. The other thing that this could be is Hyperion, Energylandia, which is also a 4 across train, not necessarily a wing coaster, more traditional as 4 across, but is newly crowned at Adventureland. So there we go. Need to walk the dog. Well, we'll probably still be going, so pick the one you're least interested in and go walk the dog, and by the time you get back, I'm sure we'll be onto something. Our dog is just wandering here at the moment, wondering why I'm still talking. All right, so let's do one like Sky Rush, because I think it's great, and it's honestly one of my favorite coasters. So let us begin. We're going to go ahead and just use the standard Intamin track. It was using the new Intamin style track, but for the purposes of this, we're just going to use this one. And there we go. Ah, shoot. RCT. There we go. You guys feeling it yet? You feeling it now? Alright, let's go ahead and change our train. Intamin wing coaster. And we are going to use, I want to say there are 7 to 8 car. Sky Rush is 8. So we're going to go to 8. Sure that we're good here. The nice thing about these is that they're really short, so you can do a lot with it. We're going to come right out of the station, and we're going to go do our steep lift for the first time. What is the closest track to new Intamin track? Probably the limb track with an additional spine, like if you use the suspended single rail or something, and maybe the B&M track just because it looks beefy. I know X7 has been working on this as a custom track in his stuff, so I'm hoping that we can eventually get this as a custom track, so we'll see. All right, so let's we were gonna look at a cable lift hill, but I want to go vertical, so we're just gonna make this into a chain lift that we're gonna go fast. So we will go ahead with this. I just call him X7 now. Like, I know it's extreme or something like that, but X7's a lot easier than what I used to call is just X numbers. Okay, so let's go ahead and change over to Twister Coaster here real quick so we can do a proper vertical drop. So we want to do this pretty shallow, like overall. We don't want to have it for vertical for too long, but it's going to look kind of weird regardless. You can do a couple of different things. Just really depends on how you go over the top. We're going to try and make it a little bit more smooth here, and then we'll space it out on the bottom. So his username Hydro is yeah, it's extreme in what is it, ASCII or one of those. But all right, so we're gonna do that, but I don't quite like how tight this is, so we're gonna do that. There's a lot of different ways to do this kind of a drop, and it's just a matter of trying to see which one looks the smoothest for you. This is our smallest coaster so far also. Alright, let's go back to Giga Coaster. There we go. So that's a good way, by the way, if you haven't done it before and you still want block sections on a merged ride, that's the way you do it. The Sky Rush is all about just crazy, crazy airtime hills. So that's what we're going to do, is build a bunch of really fast airtime hills. Then we're going to intersperse those with corners. And a couple of little diving sections here. Can we actually make that work? Maybe sort of an interesting positioning for a hill, perhaps. Ooh, interesting. Speed is over top of these. Pretty good speed there. Almost a little fast there, which is not a bad thing. And I mentioned earlier how on some of these hills you can put a flatbed on top. This is one of those where you don't want to do that. Unless you do something like this, where we do something similar to like a Stengel dive, which has sort of an outward banked corner. I will go ahead and post. I will go ahead and post this arc, by the way, once we finish up, and that way you guys can download it if you want and take a look. I'm not a huge fan of that. Stick with. With what we're doing here. COVID is a perfectly valid answer to any shenanigans. It's absolutely true. I mean, heck, this is why I'm suddenly streaming here for 3 hours building stuff for you guys, because I figured that seemed like an interesting way to spend my time instead of going out and about and getting sick. Let's do something like that. Update our Skyrush color scheme here. going on you. 'Cause really, this is just about making as much of a sort of figure eight as you can make. Um, and yeah, it does need. Actually, you're right. You're right, Mav. It does need to be like 12 miles an hour. Let's give that a try here and see. Oh, I just realized that I totally screwed up that hill also. Are we not going? Oh, well, duh. There we go. Borderline launch. That's what it needs to be. The real thing is incredibly fast. So Skyrush's launch is on the order of scary in some cases because you're really cruising up there thinking, man, this is feeling really fast, and then you end up to the point where you are uh, not quite sure how you're about to get launched. Okay. This will actually let us go up and little curve in here. Actually, amazingly, we were able to get that to fit. Except for that, unfortunately. Okay, put some straight bits in between the corners. I feel that it is too compact, and also the hills are too high. Yeah, it is compact. I feel like you could definitely put some straight pieces in here for sure. The way that it pulls up out of these turns is pretty abrupt, though. For the height, it is kind of crazy intense, like surprising to the point that I think in a lot of cases I've been surprised about how just crazy the ride is. It's one of the few rides that I was just more or less blown away by the first time that I rode it. This was my number one for quite a while, but it is pretty abrupt, and I know that our stats and our ride ratings are going to reflect that, but that's again not an issue much. Trying to figure out the best way to get a nice little Stengel dive in here. And it's a bit of a shame that they did kind of nerf it a little bit as far as lift hill speed goes and things like that. It's definitely much tamer now than it was, but that's not to say that it's not crazy intense still. It is absolutely wild. All right, so we got pretty good speed on that hill. You know what? I am going to go ahead and do this over the top here, just because this is one of the features that I really like about the real thing, the angle dive. So this is basically when you go through a banked corner that really doesn't turn. It's just kind of goes up and has like high banking and then comes on back down. unfortunately, that's gonna throw us off a little bit here as far as overall layout goes, but doesn't have to match what Skyrush is doing. We can certainly do our own thing. Yeah, the Goliath at Wallaby Holland does have the original one of those, and it looks like it's a great element. Okay. Feeling pretty good about how we're doing now. Let's actually just go ahead and straighten this guy out and a couple of fills back in here. Two, three, four across. Go. uh, let's see what our pacing is doing here. Got our nice outward bank. Pretty fast hill there. Reasonably fast hill there. Not too bad of a finish. Let's go ahead and put our yeah, the non-inverting loop is definitely a cool element, and one of the ones I would absolutely recommend you put in if you can. They're cool looking elements for one. All right. So this is something that I'm only putting in here because the real one has this, and it only has this because it has Skyrim's breakruns not follow Brian rules. No, it doesn't. Because the wooden coaster comment is up underneath of it, so it's kind of hidden away here, and so the coaster has to go up and above. But looking at this, I hate it. I hate everything about it. So we're not gonna do that because if we had another coaster underneath of it, then sure, that would make sense. But since we don't, we're gonna go ahead and else, which is be determined. See about instead. Taking out the Skyrush of Skyrush. This is fair. Definitely has a little bit less Skyrush in it than it might otherwise. Get to 4, we cannot. Kind of hoping we'd be able to get to level here, and then we would just call it a day as far as that goes with the diagonal break run, which, why not? This is a little bit awkward for sure, as far as break runs go, and something that I'm probably going to fix at some point. Brakes, dirt, lift hill. Box spray can use directly after the top of. Right, I think I accidentally made this as a lift hill. This. Or do. I think this one was also set up as lift hill, so we'll do that. There we go, better. All right, so let's see how this one turned out. Or which actually that's accurate there. That this one got stuck before that one got pulled into the lift hill, because that's how the block is set up for this ride. This one probably has more airtime than Skyrush itself does, because we have a couple of more straight airtime hills at the end, but then it's got to fully pull into the station before the next one can take off, which is correct as far as that actually goes, which is they didn't have enough space for their brake run on Skyrush, and it's definitely a challenge there. So we'll call this Intamin Modern. We'll be done with it. We can definitely do some adjustments to it, but we'll call it a day. Okay. So next up is Gerstlauer, actually. So next up is Karnan. Let's take back a look at RCDB. So this was a last minute adder today. A couple of folks on RCNF asked me to look at this one. Sheep, if you're here. Oh, you are still here. Good. This one's yours. Karnan is sort of a hypercoaster from Gerstlauer. It does go upside down. It has a roll, and some other elements like this big thing, which is not inverting, but is large and in your face and interesting. It also has a distinctive feature of this lift hill here. It's a vertical lift hill inside. There's a secret to it. If you don't want it spoiled, now is the time to cover your ears for about half a minute or so. As you're going up the lift hill, the coaster drops backwards down the lift hill, down the vertical lift hill, brakes, and then it goes back up the lift hill and over and around the ride. It's a really cool feature. It hasn't been done in any other coaster before, and it's pretty wild. So definitely a unique feature of this coaster. So here we can kind of see some of the other bits and pieces of this ride. So this main element here is kind of the big thing. After that is a lot of like low to the ground hills, corners, and things like that. And then for whatever reason, after the brake run, there's also a roll on it. So it's a very odd looking ride. And Gerstlauer sports, being as they are very wild. Here they've definitely themed the tower over time. All right, here's the interior of that vertical tower. And then here's this lower bit here. It's sort of a big kind of oval design with some figure 8 elements in there also. But anyway, let's go ahead and build this thing. It's an odd one. No drink today, I remembered. I mean, you can still drink if you want, so go for it. All right, burn on. A lot of the parks, well, not a lot of the parks, but a number of the parks in Europe will open a ride. Then, as they get the funding for theming and other things like that through the admissions they generate from the ride itself, they will go in there and theme up their stuff. Trips Drill is one that is pretty famous for doing that. Okay, where do we want to stick this one? We will here. Okay. So the layout on this one uh, is a little bit odd. We're gonna go ahead and use the Zero Tower Speed Coaster train. So these are ones that Space K made. 4-car train, so 16 cars per person or per train, 16 people per train. It's a long stream. And train. Oh, just because of the way that Space K made his trains. So there we are. So let's go ahead and do kind of drop roll out. Put some block breaks down here. All right, now we're going to go ahead and transition this into our vertical drop coaster. This is a thing that you can shoestring if you want. I've seen it done before, and it's pretty darn cool when it works. But it's also a challenge, so definitely know your shoestring if you're going to do something similar to that. Okay. So the ride itself has sort of a curved kind of dive out of the thing, which we'll put on the drop here. In general, you want to kind of curve these things early rather than later. Change over to sure. There we go. All right, and now we'll go back to Giga. Alphabetical, you'd think I'd have less of a trouble finding that. Track is not a complete. But straight piece in. Boot higher. There we go. But we aren't gonna. Unfortunately, we won't have our little element in the inside the tower, but that's all right for now. We will do that at a later date. Ooh, boy, that's intense. Try and. Yeah, no, I did forget it initially, and then I put it back. Hop over real quick, because I do want to look at this one more time and see, because you're basically doing an inversion, coming out of it, and then coming back up, and then going down again. And okay, so that's probably not awful. It certainly doesn't look good. I mean, the real element is tough, because it. That's a good way to describe it. Shiva is an inverted sea serpent roll, or a non-inverted sea serpent roll, because it kind of does the same sort of stuff. And this is one of those that I have definitely never made before. So it's... Ah, shit. Thanks, Mav. So there's our sort of cursed element here that I really am not a huge fan of, to the point where I almost feel like it needs to be tighter up top. This is one that I'm probably going to revisit off stream, and then next week we'll take a look at how I made it less bad. Okay, so I actually don't mind that one that badly. Um, it's one of those that you're right. It does not transfer well into the design here, but that's okay. We can take it as we go. We're gonna lose stream here for a minute shortly. It came back. Okay, we're gonna move this guy. Get some ratings on him so we can move him. It definitely has that Gerstlauer look. So get ourselves in the mood here. Gerstlauer, the CCI of steel coasters. Actually, I like that description a lot. That sounds about right. I mean, they make a good coaster. Certainly, the comfort is a little bit suspect on the occasion, but not awful. We kind of have some similar stuff to our Sky Rush going on here. Where it's just a bunch of low hills and curves. Get a little bit of the side-by-side going on here. There we go. That's looking okay so far. I go ahead and mirror that other side by putting another drop on this one. And let's see what we want to do with this. Get a little airtime hill in here. Come back under and out of curiosity, let's what does a roll look like there? Not bad. So like the real one has a roll after the brakes. We're gonna go ahead and put ours before the brakes, and it's just gonna be weird and sort of cursed and that. drop down here, and then we will hit our brake run. Go ahead and put in turn the corner here. We'll go ahead and put in exit station. We'll go ahead and put an entrance station here. Then we're going to go one more back to our vertical drop coaster. We're going to do this kind of little start because Gerstlauers love to do these little weirdo starts. There we go. Oddball coaster at best, but kind of like it. Okay, let's take a look. There's our little massive knotted track in here, and then you can do your giant support work and all that kind of stuff. Actually, don't remember which way I rolled that, so we're gonna find out. Good speed here. I mean, really, the ride is all about speed after you go through that first big element. The whole rest of the thing is fast. Ah, we chose correctly. That's good. Let's go ahead and make this dark green. Green. Take one dark green 2. We'll go ahead and grab our vertical drop coaster here. Go. I think I have this too low. Yep. Half tile. Go ahead and make sure that we're matching the same. All right, I did it wrong again. Whatever, that's fine. We'll fix it later. Merp, merp. You get the idea. That's really bad on that side. Yikes. Anyway, I don't hate it. It's not good either. But clear that one out. Two more. All right, next is Mack. We're actually gonna build this whole thing with the twister train, and then we're gonna go to the Giga coaster afterwards. All right, back to this again. So here is the Mack hypercoaster. This is the one of the earlier ones with inversions. And it's got a pretty cool layout. It's actually got a nice out and back layout. I'm trying to see if there's an overall shot here. Well, here we go. This covers it pretty well. So we got a nice steep lift hill with a diving drop into a giant first loop that wraps around the lift hill. A couple of airtime hills, a 0G roll, turnaround, and just a bunch more hills. The other couple out there, like Sheep, like you say, is DC Rivals at Warner Brothers Movie World in Australia. That's another great option too. It's got a non-inverting loop and has two cars one car in the back that faces backwards. So pretty interesting design there overall, I think. So let's jump into this. This is not one that I've made recently. Belgian guy had a good one in his Terra Fantasia park. I don't know if he's still here or not, but that was a great looking ride. Okay, so we're gonna start kind of by going this way, and I know it's. You can wrap the loop, it just takes a little bit. So that's what we're gonna try and do. We will see how it works. After Mack, I have Vekoma. And Vekoma is going to be sort of what it could be. Shit. There's not a whole lot of web pages left, so you guys get your final drinks in. Yeah. I'm really being awful at this. As far as that goes. Yeah, so yeah, we're going to look at Vekoma's Hyperion proposal. See if that's actually good or not. Huh? It did. Honestly, Vekoma's layout looked better than Intamin's in a lot of ways. See how good this actually looks if... That one does not look good when it's that direction. That one looked good there. Instead of... in it right now. Yeah, it's tough with the Vekoma Hypers is that they're really good looking rides, and I think I think a park will eventually be happy with them, but I'm really curious to see who it's going to be, just to see where it lands. Yeah, you're right. I mean the vertical, the steep lift hill isn't doing me any favors at the moment, so we're gonna figure out something else. I've seen it done a number of times before. I just don't want you guys to watch me struggle for another like 10 minutes to try and do it. So we're just gonna leave it at this and call it a day right there. So let's do some hills. All right. Kind of a short station because we're gonna use the Mack Hyper Coaster Trains, Mack Mega Coaster. Here it is. Only 5 car, which is a little bit short, but not too bad. Although DC Rivals is more. I want to say that's a full 6. Let's consult the Book of Armaments And take a look here. DC Rivals. That one is 6, and I like the momentum there, so we're going to stick with 6 instead. Let's do 6. It's going to look a little bit better. All right. Shoot. Already screwed it up. Okay. All right, let's have a look and see what our do Mack launch coasters have different trains? No, actually, they are the same trains for the ride, which is pretty interesting as far as that goes, because there really aren't a lot of manufacturers that do that. So it's kind of a neat feature. I feel like the 6 looks way better than the 5, so I'm gonna stick with it. Pretty fast on that. Nice floater type airtime there. Back once more. Let's do our barrel roll here. Yeah, I'd be curious to see. I think they probably would have left the vests out. You're right. Certainly up for debate. Okay. We'll do something like that for our turnaround. A bit of a steep bit. Anybody else agree that the inverted coaster trains don't look like the real ones? I guess I've never taken that close of a look on the inverted coaster trains. But I could see the argument being made. By curiosity, I want to see what this pace is, because that may be too high. 17. That is too slow for that 0G roll, and way too slow for there. I'm actually shocked that made it. Let's back this boy up. We really don't have enough lift hill speed to get anything decent out of that, so let's kind of want to have something with the steep turnaround for this, but it might be just a little bit too much. Yeah, you can always leave the wheel covers off, although who else have I seen that on? Another one where it was like that too. Now we're going to do some speed hills and try and level this out a little bit. Okay. Then we'll head here, and we'll do this sort of figure 8 type turnaround. Six Flags Park doesn't delete their wheel covers off. That is true. It is easier to check, and in general, it just kind of makes for a simpler maintenance procedure for those guys. You just joined. Well, you missed a couple of hypercoaster layouts. Not too many. We'll recap here once we finish, though, just because I feel like we've been going for a little while here for 3.5 hours. Holy cow! Thank you guys for sticking around. But let's wrap this thing up. I feel like our layouts are getting more and more weird as they go on. All right, give this a diagonal brake run. That way we can put some additional in here. And one more block brake in here. We can get the stuff if we want. All right. So there, we'll call it a day with 2 trains, and let's go back to Giga Coaster. Nope. We'll go back through here and get our drop, our loop. Make this bright, another McDonald's coaster. Yeah, I'll shoestring on stream. Yeah, one of these days. All right, and then we'll take this guy here. I think it went the other way around. There we go. Put our dummy track in place here just so that we can at least enjoy the layout as it is. This is a Mack hypercoaster. So this is based off of Flash at Lua World in China. There's also one at Land of Legends in Turkey. And I could have also picked DC Rivals for an option, but we decided to do this one instead. So turnaround's a little bit funky here at the end, especially this guy, but not too bad. I think it winds its way through, and we have some speed left, and we still have. It kind of feels like a similar end to how we had done Karnan here, kind of wrapping around in a couple of different spots. But that is a day, so we'll call that one and be done. Okay, Mack, done. And then there was one. Done a lot of these so far, but let us jump across back to our internet. And we are going to take a look at this video here real quick, which is one of the proposals for Hyperion at, or what eventually became Hyperion at Energylandia. So Vekoma was the chosen ride for a while, and then unfortunately Intamin put in another proposal. I'm guessing Energylandia asked for more proposals, and they chose that one instead. So Certainly, Hyperion's a good looking ride, but at the same time, I would say this one had a pretty interesting design, and I would really have loved to see it built. So some nice low hills, this sort of Immelman looking element there, which I think we can do as an Immelman potentially. We're gonna go ahead and use B&M track for this. Limb track is maybe the best, but I kind of want to do an Immelman element there at the end, so we'll do that instead. Got some nice helix elements, some higher banked corners and things. This is definitely an earlier Vekoma layout for sure. Their layouts in general are much better now, but it's pretty interesting for one. There's just a lot to see on there. Let's see if we get a POV. We sure do. All right, so we got our kind of nice first drop here. Good floater, maybe ejector airtime hill, speed hill. Okay, that climb is in the corner rather than do an inversion, so maybe we will do limb track. Another hill. Another good airtime hill. We get into the twisty bits. Some kind of big helix elements. I do like the transitions between left and right corners that Vekoma is doing now. It kind of feels like you sort of ease your way over and then snap, which I think is pretty interesting. Lots of nice little airtime between the different elements there. So that's our ride. Let's go see if we can make one. Okay. So we are going to use the modern corkscrew roller coaster train that Space K made. We'll give that one a try. We're going to squeeze this in over here, I think, but in case we're going to test Fujiyama so we can save it if we need to. Voma is the Pepsi of roller coasters. Hey, now I like Pepsi. Pepsi is a good time. Be hating. But I do like that analogy. I think it's going to give me the Schwarzkopf lift hill, which is a bit unfortunate. I can probably get those details, but from folks. But you can see I am friends with one of the layout designers for Vekoma, which I do. He's a very nice guy. Let's see here. We're gonna give this one more bit. So that first hill is sort of a fast airtime hill, which let's get our train selected so we can start testing it. Modern corkscrew coaster, and we're going to go with 8 cars per train, which is going to be a substantially long train. I think the longest one we've done. Forgot that Lim is going to do that. Let's leave it there. There we go. I feel like it should be a steep lift. Hard to say. Like, I'm looking back at it and thinking, you could do steep, you could do, but it actually doesn't look that steep in their rendering. But it is long, so this is the Sky Rush. See, the Sky Rush one just seems too abrupt. And the steepness there. Honestly, I kind of like the B&M steepness, but hard to say. See what it looks like with the steep. Or actually, no. Let's leave it. But I do want to see what a vertical drop would look like. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty terrible, but I don't know. What are your thoughts? It's tough to transition into and out of this because you want a smoother transition, and I'd rather do it on the bottom than the top. But I feel like if you transition it straight into the vertical right away, it ends up looking a little bit yeah. It doesn't look good. I mean, the problem is that it really needs to be steeper, but isn't. So, oh well, that's where we will end up. How did we get a little train? What happened to? Oh, I'm a little confused with how that happened. There we go. Okay, so that first hill looked like it had some pretty decent ejector on it, so we're not going to put a straight piece in the top. We'll just do something like this. And we'll also do a speed hill. Yeah, I would be curious to know what a Schwarzkopf Hyper would look like. That could be pretty interesting. Oof, lift hill. Let's not change the lift hills. It was 7. Decently fast there, probably too fast there, maybe. I'm feeling like it's a little bit quick. Let's extend this one up. Okay, let's see how that does. That feels better. That's still quick. That feels better overall. Yeah, the one a little bit lower. Yeah, I am hoping X7's limb trains or limb track can get in here just to be able to have some of the other elements. I think it's going to be useful to have it at some point. What we're doing. Okay, decent pacing over that hill. Quick there. Quick here. Okay, and then we really just get into some more interesting cornering type things here. Really, we're doing a lot of this kind of almost like the Intamin has, where you're changing directions over for some elements. Vekoma is also liking these sort of Bengal dive-esque elements as well, so we'll throw one of those in at that section there. And to be honest, this is really sort of just uncharted territory. I mean, I'm copying the best as I can of that particular layout, but at the same time, there's really not a whole lot beyond this. So just kind of a question as to how they might do it otherwise. Go ahead and try and get this train a little bit closer back to start here. Some substantial amount of blocks. And their brake run was inclined at the end, so we can do a diagonal brakes actually. Couple more. That looks right. We'll call this sort of like the diagonal brake run of sorts if make it work, which I don't think we can. Clearance issues in the way. But I suppose if we went a little bit earlier, because really you need a place to hold the train, and the diagonal brake run will be working as the slope. We probably are okay to get away with something like this. And then that will be the brake run there. Okay. Go ahead and try and finish this one out. So this element, I've noticed I've done on a number of these now, where you kind of wrap around a diagonal track with another diagonal, and then do this little rearrange of the element, which actually doesn't work that badly. I think it looks pretty nice. We go a little bit too far off there, but if maybe we do this, you can kind of do this more interesting little S-bend of sorts. Then do our trusty build backwards. Kind of cool if we could nest this in out just a little bit. Put a helix in there. too off for that. But what we can do, and I don't dislike doing, is something like this. So trying to do tighter kind of S-bend type corners, I really don't mind the whole go with a just do a quick little unbanked corner in between. I think it looks fine as far as smoothness goes. Do a quick little airtime hill there. All right, let's see how this ghost train runs this. Substantial airtime there. And then these brakes. Okay. Put a block brake in here so we can get 2 trains. Yeah, no, you're right. And I have the space to do it. The one height hills always look a little bit odd, just in general, but given the space, I'll take that over flat track for this particular situation. Right. Let's set it up like that. There we go. It's interesting because the Hyperion layout is very close to this original one, but they kind of refined things just a little bit, and it has a little less just kind of random twists at the end, and is really a little more focused. But I still kind of like that Vekoma layout, and really wouldn't mind seeing it. And I do hope that eventually somebody buys some more of those. It's nice to see Europe and China embracing the new Vekomas. The challenge is they're really expensive, so it's tough when you get a pretty pricey coaster, and when you can also be getting an Intamin or a B&M. Voma doesn't necessarily have the same kind of clout per one, and then just in general the history. But I think there's a lot of pretty good stuff that they're putting together, so I'd like to see them be able to do more. All right. Well, let us go check off Vekoma. And we were done. 11 different hypercoasters today. So we started the day, which feels like forever ago now, which is nearly 4 hours, so I guess it was. We're going to start it off with this Arrow hypercoaster, kind of sort of like Magnum. And a pretty janky turnaround and all. We went over to our Morgan Hyper here. It has a pretty traditional Morgan layout, I would say. More of Mamba-esque. Worlds of Fun. Pretty simple, pretty safe layout there, I'd say. And then from there, we went to Fujiyama. And we made this first kind of layout here, which honestly, though, still may be one of my favorites that we did today. It's such a weird design, but it was fun. Never put. Oh no, we do have 2 trains. I wish I could make it a little more like the real thing, but I can't hate it. Like I'm kind of a big fan of this one. Like I do really like how it turned out. And then from there we built our Nitro type layout here with Nice little curved dive here. Or turn around into the brakes, and then 3 hills and done. Then after that, we went to Intamin. Actually, I think we did Intamin first. We did this kind of short version of a Superman layout. I think if I did this one again, I would add a second hill here, and then push this helix outwards, and then put straight sections on either side of the big drop or the big hill here, just to give it a little bit more more element to it. It just feels a little bit short. Let me see what the actual length is. Now, granted, you can't take these lengths for a whole lot, but 4,000 feet, so a little bit on the shorter side to what a lot of those Intamins were. So I may do that adjustment before I release this out. And then after that, we came and did Giovanola here. Where we have our janky first turnaround and sort of a janky second half. Nice little dropping bits. I kind of like this little thing here where it wraps around this drop coming down. I think that's nice. And then we have our helix of death here, right there, and then another helix there. And after that, we went to the next B&M, which was this guy, more modern one, like Behemoth. Pretty nicely done there. Actually, that one turned out rather well, I think. Then we did our Skyrush type layout here with a couple of airtime hills and real fast corners. Could have done a number of different items here, but I think this one turned out okay. Pretty more airtime focused than actual Skyrush, which probably says something crazy. But and then from there we went to the Karnan layout here, which I still need to fix that hill, but a weird element here with the curved bits, but then the rest of this here is sped pretty quickly through the rest of the layout. And then our Mack rides hypercoaster here. Safe, pretty simple, and then finally you finish it up just now with the Vekoma. So that's 11 ways you can build a hypercoaster. There are a lot more options out there and a lot more variations kind of these different themes, but these are sort of the base designs that you can choose from when you're building hypercoasters in RCT. But there's just a lot out there. I just kind of wanted to show what the variety was within the industry, I suppose. So hopefully you guys got something out of this, and it was at least entertaining or interesting. Hopefully you're not too drunk from how many times I forgot to get back from RCDB. Thank you for pointing it out, and thank you for just sticking around. Like I said, too, because of you guys being here, I was able to get that Twitch affiliate status. So, like I said before, if you want to subscribe and help out the channel, feel free. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can do it for free. So that's cool. But I am going to be back next Saturday, most likely. We're going to try and do this pretty much every Saturday here moving forward when I'm available. What I'm interested to hear from you guys is a topic. I want to know what you want to see next week. Let's hear some different options and some different ideas. Feel free to send me a note on any one of the Discords that I'm on, or on Reddit or YouTube or any of those. I just want to hear some ideas so we can do something similar again. We can focus on a ride type. We can focus on one specific type of ride and go through like all the different variations, or another selection like wooden coasters or something like that. But I want to see what options you guys have, and hopefully you can come up with some pretty good ones. And we'll keep using some ideas there. And then if you have any other things that you just want to see in general, let me know, because I want to make this to be useful for you guys. Um, so I think wooden coasters might be a pretty good one to go to next, but we can definitely take a look. So I want to hear what you guys have to say, and let me know. So until next time, thank you guys very much for watching, and hope to see you here next week. Thanks very much, guys.